that post being drafted, and I did well on their test. So the Air Force called, Navy called, all the branches called. They said, you can do anything you want. And I said, "Man, wait a minute, my name is Dan Lamar. My social security number said, oh, we know who you're talking to, because I was not a good student."
Right. Good morning. We're going to get the workshop started. Let's start with the pledge. Pledge allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're going to start with Baker Tilly in just a few minutes. I wanted to circle back to some of the salary discussions that we were having last week. So I have talked to Jewel and I sent an email to the council. So we've got the salary matrix, right? That's the minimum, midpoint, and maximum. And then we have the salary ordinance. Because we've never incorporated that salary matrix into our salary ordinance. Our Form 1, whatever we approve on the Form 1, will end up being the maximum on the salary ordinance. So I circulated an example of 2 other counties' salary ordinances. I didn't know if we wanted to discuss that this morning. On the salary ordinance,
Yeah.
Which doesn't mean that it's the max on the salary matrix.
Matrix.
because-
Which is the way the salary ordinance has always been done.
Because we've never incorporated it.
Okay.
So I know one of the concerns last week was if we incorporate the salary matrix into the salary ordinance, it might be abused, like people might max out a
Mhm.
position. And speaking with Jewel, there's ways for us to prevent that. For example, like yearly, we would say, okay, age the salary matrix by whatever COLA is. So let's say it's 3%. That is then incorporated into the salary ordinance, but then we say you can do a raise of up to X% from what the current salary is. And if anyone is requesting more than that, they have to come before us and justify that. So it doesn't necessarily mean positions will get maxed out just because we do that. It's not something that we have to do this year. I just want to provide additional information on that and have that up for discussion.
Yeah, one of the things that I think you and I talked about, Jennifer, was perhaps we could have one person in charge of being a salary liaison next year, and that would be a full-time liaison job. And we could run through to make sure that, we have the salary matrix off to the left, and we've got the Form 1 and the salary ordinance to make sure that every department is as instructed. Does that make sense?
I just didn't know if anyone had any other thoughts on that. No.
I didn't study the Hendricks County, the other was LaPorte. What are they doing that we aren't doing? I mean, besides, can you explain that?
Yeah, part of their salary ordinance has an entire process of how salaries are addressed each year, how new positions are addressed each year, how if you want to regrade or re-weight a position, how you do that, which I think would be nice not only for us, but for everyone else in the county, so that there is like a actual written process to follow.
Okay.
What's required as far as like job descriptions, approval.
Okay.
So some of the things that we've been trying to informally do, but haven't actually turned into a written process.
Okay, so we could just incorporate those into the ordinance itself.
Yes.
And then for the policies or procedures we don't have yet formalized, we can talk about what those need to be and get them in there in the document.
And we don't have to do it as part of budget workshop. I mainly wanted to circulate that since there was so much confusion last week. See if anyone even wanted to talk about that. We can get it on a future agenda
Okay,
if we do.
sounds like we'd have clarity for everyone as opposed to sort of ad hoc.
Yeah.
Or a reminder to someone that they have to resubmit, or they have to submit a job description and go through HR to get the bands of salary. So
Yes.
I'd be in favor of that.
Anyone else? Okay,
Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate the information.
okay. All right, Susan.
All right, she does. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
Big jump. Is it? And tail it. Oh, sorry. Forgot. Here, hold it. So forgot. And we want to keep that between 15 and 25 is usually what you recommend. Okay.
Hold on, something just happened.
They're having this year.
Oh,
Okay. There's some logic behind larger counties with larger general fund budgets, maybe have more than the 25%. But, I mean, that's the standard is 15 to 25. You could consider it, but you have a rainy day fund too. You have some cash there as well. If you combine that, and that adds some to that reserve idea as well. Your AVs came in about 2% higher. I put that there. That's towards the bottom. We knew the MLGQ was 6% this year. So your assessed value came in, like I said, about 2% greater than last year. That doesn't necessarily bring you more revenue. What it does is it changes the tax rate. In this case, you have more increase in revenue than you do in AV. So there likely will be potentially a small bump in tax rate. Not substantially, but you'll still be in the same range, probably likely that you are maybe this year. Rather than going down, it will maybe stay close to what you have this year.
Will probably still be the lowest. tax
Yeah,
rate
yeah, you're still gonna
the
be in that range.
State.
Yeah. Yep.
Bless you.
What is our rainy day fund ish?
3 something at the end of last year, 3 now,
I
5,
was gonna say
5 now.
5. That's
Okay,
what- yeah.
5 now. Okay.
5.
Thank you.
It will be 3 here in a couple weeks because we're moving the 2 million that you put in there this year to an investment fund for Nikki to invest. That was approved by the finance committee yesterday.
obviously, we've got 2 days of cuts to make, so this will probably change. I'll get you a new copy tomorrow morning.
Mhm.
I unfortunately have to leave this afternoon for another meeting, but Andrew's gonna come here and take my place this afternoon to get notes and numbers, and
Okay.
we'll get new, revised ones tomorrow morning.
Right. That's, we'll look at the cuts before we start. Yes, okay.
Does anyone have any other questions?
Mm-mm.
And is there? Fine. Did we create a, like a, or maybe we did, a deferred maintenance line for the jail lit or something similar to that? There, I feel like what did we do last year? Because we knew that it would be. What do we say about deferred maintenance for the jail upcoming, not years, like immediately, but like we knew HVAC, I feel like we had a discussion about it. I'm due, and we should be, I feel like for the facilities of the jail, we're talking about like there should. Said like there should, feel like we just had maybe a blip, like, all right, there should be on 1233. And then because I'm looking at this jail lit,
You essentially want to do like a jail rainy day
like
fund.
almost like a rainy day fund. and
Like
it's
for
people-
maintenance?
Like maintenance, knowing, hey, this is coming. Like there almost needs to be a stash just sitting there.
On the facilities discussion with Max Mendenhall, under 1233, I have 110,000 for HVAC, plumbing and controls. It's the 0018 jail building maintenance repairs line. And he said half the building is under an HVAC contract, but the new portion isn't under contract yet. So there's a maintenance contract with the new company. And there and again, this is an expense account. It's not, this is for what he thinks the rest of that HVAC contract's gonna be. I don't know if that relates to what you're describing, but it's gonna be with North Mechanical, probably.
I just, maybe it's part of the discussion, especially if you talk about cuts, there should be something, for lack of a better term, but a rainy day fund set. That j- for deferred maintenance. Yeah, nope, I'm just hearing, I'm just thinking through that. You're gonna need something set aside annually just for that jail. That the size of it is too massive and everything didn't get done. You're gonna need something set aside just for that, or you're gonna start tapping back into the general funds, operating maintenance, and it's going to get aspirated quickly. But I would assume we would have to do it out of the jail lit specifically, right?
Or yeah, I mean, you could have it could be a broader maintenance fund than just the jail. If you wanted to direct the jail lit specifically to, some sort of reserve future, yes, would be the jail lit if it's specifically for the jail. But
I would prefer to use the jail lit personally, just because of the costs associated with it.
So I think there was discussion last year
I feel like there was.
about that. Nothing was decided, but I think there was just with the magnitude of the project and the future of the building, I think there was some discussion, but nothing was.
We'd likely need an ordinance for that, so I'll talk to Jewel about it and we can, I guess my thought is we would make a decision on how much is put in there at either at the end of the year or in January, like we do with like our regular rainy day. So I'll talk to Jewel about an ordinance.
Yeah, I would. So my thought would be a percentage of the operating costs
Mhm.
of the facility. I don't know if that's
So are you talking about a new fund or just a line within
A line.
lit, then you don't need an ordinance.
Oh.
You don't need an ordinance for a line in jail lit.
Yeah,
If
I
you're
think
talking
that-
about a new fund,
I was
Then,
thinking of a line.
yes,
Oh,
okay.
I'm thinking of a line.
Then you don't
within the
need an
jail
ordinance
that-
for that.
Of of
Okay.
deferred maintenance, and maybe a percentage of the total operating cost, so you kind of stay within, if it's $10 a year to operate it, maybe it's a 0.5% of that. Accident would know, like, I'm just telling you, it's gonna come due.
But that's also a non-reverting fund. So that money doesn't go anywhere. So if something did come up, you could just do an additional from that cash balance and put it in a line to spend it. So I don't know. I mean, that money stays there. It doesn't revert back to county general.
Right.
So to be like a particular line for future, that's just it's gonna stay there and never get spent. But I mean, there's always a cash balance in there. I don't, that's just a thought.
That's why I don't know if we want to do it as a rainy day. So we're like saving.
I think
And-
I would just say, I think because of the size and magnitude of that justice center, if something happens or goes wrong, I'll tell you what I'm thinking of too. There were some correction facilities instituted in this latest round of floods that we had happen this past weekend that got hit, that are gonna need some significant repairs. I don't think we'll have that. Some of them are gonna need hundreds of thousands of dollars of instant repair. Like, we never want to be in that situation. And some of it is electronic stuff that Sean probably knows and has heard of that will set you back $500,000 with ease. Anyways, we'll figure it out.
Is the line, Aaron, if I may, would it be the same as a building maintenance fund?
I think to a certain degree, but I feel like there was, sure may allude to some of it in what Sean said.
Yeah.
There were some things that we had talked about. He says, hey, we just need to keep up. Like, that's a massive building. So
Absolutely.
while all of it wasn't renovated, there are just certain things that are gonna need work maintenance.
I would agree.
Makes sense.
Oh, Max is talking. Get to it.
Okay, let's start with commissioners, please.
What number?
Number of the fund is 1000, and then the department is 0068. County Commissioners.
What is that?
Right, very end on the right.
I see it, yeah.
Okay, where would you like to start?
I suppose you want to start at the top of the page. Would that be the easiest? Talk about the wages, or do you want to wait till the end to talk about the wages?
Let's talk about wages at the end.
Okay, so wages at the end, we will skip down. Much of the first page of the 068 is wages and a lot of other expenses that have moved to a highway fund. So if you go down to insurance line, 9122, that number was provided by our insurance company. This is medical insurance. What did I say?
9.
My bad. 5122. So the insurance line, that number is provided by our broker for the estimated cost for 2027. This has been an ongoing discussion of medical insurance costs being in different funds. There's multiple funds that are paying UMR claims and reimbursements in and back out. What we're actually paying for insurance isn't completely clear. This line here is solely money paid out. The reimbursements go back into a different fund, and then there's additional expenses that are paid out of 5901 and 5207.
I'm going to interrupt for a minute. All the money that comes in from UMR goes into this line.
So you do an
All
additional,
insurance is in and out of 5122. The only thing that is currently paid out of 5901 is the stop loss for the employees only. Everything comes in and out of 5122.
Then what's 5207?
Oh, it's,
Where is that?
that's where the health clinic's paid from. You guys approved that for the health clinic last year.
Well, it existed before.
Yes, it did.
Right. So, okay, because I would really like to have this figured out by tomorrow.
So 5122, we have to budget in county general for all insurance expenses that are paid by the county. We then, twice a year, quarterly, whatever that might be, when we have to move money from 5122 line into 5901 to reimburse for any claims that have been paid. That's how it used to be done.
59.
It was Fund 5901.
Because the 5122, that's a relatively new line, I think.
No, it's always been there. 5122 has always been in the commissioner budget. We used to, so what, 4 or 5 years ago? It was always, everything was paid from 5901. The commissioners could not see the ins and outs. So at the time they requested that everything be done out of 5122 in their budget, ins, outs, everything. So we moved it.
How can we simplify this? Because I know.
We can go back to the original way that it's supposed to be done, which means you budget out of 5122. And when 5901 is where all the claims will be paid, any health insurance for the employees. And when that fund needs reimbursed, we will write a check from the commissioner fund and reimburse 5901.
Commissioners are asking us to create a new fund and do everything out of that, correct?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
why can't the commissioner see what goes in and out of the fund? I guess let's start there. Why would we have
Well, you,
money transferred from
Yeah.
one fund to the other fund, and then there's not a
because
a
that's
way
the
to
way,
see what went in and out? That's been the question, and that's where I think the idea of the one fund came up of like, what is actually being paid for? What is being reimbursed? What is the tracking of that look like? That has been the request from the commissioners to find out what this actually is costing the county. What are we saving in the county for this clinic? Being able to identify all those costs that's the reason for the individual fund request.
so the reason they can't see a 5,900 or 5,000 fund, because it's payroll fund. So they would have to request a ledger or a budget status from my office in order to receive that. So that's why it was put back into the commissioner fund so that those ins and outs could be seen. And that's where any UMR stop loss checks come in, any reimbursements from Cobra, they all come back into the commissioner 9,500 receipt line, and then they're moved into 5122. So you should be able to pull those ledgers and see all of that information.
Does one of these, either 5207, 5901, or 1100, are they currently carrying a cash balance?
1,100 is not a real fund. 1,100 was set up per state board because Nikki has to bank rec UMR. So every month she gets a bank reconciliation from UMR for the claims that have been paid. We don't physically pay those claims. So she has to bank rec that because the UMR bank is in her name. So that fund is a mimic, just like we do with Bank of New York and all of our bonds. So it's just for the treasurer. There is no physical actual money.
Could 5207 and 5901 merge?
Yeah, 5207 can only be used for employee reimburse or premiums. 5901 is the dedicated health fund.
Could we table this line and, table this line, and I don't know if you two can talk and we come back to it tomorrow at 1.
We can talk about whatever, we're saying things that this has to happen, that has to happen, this needs to go here, money moves there. It's still the same kind of
They still have to budget in this line.
based on what? I guess we keep going back to that. You
It
have
has to
do
be,
this.
it has to be budgeted in county general. Yeah, I mean, I can tell you if you budget in 5901, you're never getting any of that money back. It has to stay in 5901. It's a non-reverting fund.
So can we table this line and Aaron, myself and Justin, can we work on this and come back to it tomorrow at 1? We table that line.
It was correct 5 years ago and then it got changed. So yes, I get what you're trying to do. It still has to be budgeted in county general. I'm not saying I can't change it, but I can't get rid of either line or fund. And we need to take 1,100 off the board because that's a treasurer fund that she has to mimic a bank rack. So that's not, we can't even include that.
If we can all meet today at the end of budget workshop and just sit and talk it out and figure it out, that'd be great.
I might not be able to be here. I got a kid. I got
Okay, if Donnie and
a
Tim can be
medical
here.
situation.
Okay. Tim, Donnie, be here.
What time?
Hopefully 3. Hopefully 3, maybe 4. Okay. Okay.
Okay, we'll move to the next line. OASI contributions, that's social security. I'm not real clear where that number comes from. But it is in the commissioner's budget.
What is it?
Comes from your paychecks.
The number though that gets budgeted is what I was referring to. So that number I don't, yeah.
It's everybody's salary. So that, I guess that, I mean, you guys put that in there, right? I don't do that.
We don't know what everybody's salaries are gonna be. So
So you'd have to take that by 5%.
we would need to know what everybody's salaries are gonna be to be able to calculate what that number should be.
15.
1.5 million.
That, you're saying you don't know how we got there?
I'm saying I do not know how that number is, where it comes from, how it's calculated, how it gets into this budget.
Who put the number
I was
in?
about to say, who, this.
They did.
These numbers are, that number there was already in the budget, or it's a carryover from the previous, because we do not have a calculation of where that comes from.
Last year it was,
Whoever filled out the Form 1 is where it came from.
last year it was 1.389 million,
And it went up.
went up by, yeah.
It's under 2.
What'd you say, Kevin?
What was it last year? 1.3?
It's right here,
Yeah.
so
And now it's at
1.5.
1.9, so it'd be 2.
You know what the
Yeah.
total
Wait, that's
salary?
It's under 2.
Yeah.
389
I don't have that one split. I don't have total
divided
salaries,
by
but it's, so that,
It's a
that number is
percent.
normally a percentage of total salary.
It's an 8%
Yeah.
increase. So one might think that a 5% increase would be, except I don't know that how many more new employees there are for 20.
Because that's gonna be on any overtime or any, it's all salary, so it would be different than just base increases because of the overtime and
Right.
part-time too.
And the number of workers, right?
Yeah, it's, because it's based upon the percentage of their salary.
Debbie, do you know how many, like, you probably don't, but like how many
I can
additional?
actually get you a number because it
Okay.
was, we had to move money last year because we didn't have enough.
Okay.
I
So,
was gonna say, there's only 16.4%
Yeah.
left, so.
Oh,
yeah, we're always short. So I'll get you a number.
thank you.
All right.
So let's table that line as well.
The next line's in the same situation.
So retirement, okay,
Yeah,
And-
retirement's based on what's paid to PERF, I presume. That's another number. All county employees, it's percentage.
Debbie, can you get us?
Just leave it on.
No, I whisper, I can't be having people hear me. This is way low.
Okay,
You need 2.3 million
In retirement?
at least, yes. It runs about 89,000 a pay,
okay.
You're on a 24-26 pay schedule.
26.
26.
Okay. Unemployment, that's staying the same, and we're gonna come back to salaries.
Unemployment, isn't it?
You want to skip down to the next one that's not salaries?
Unemployment went up, didn't it?
Okay, so if I'm remembering this correctly from last year, we did not budget anything because there was gonna be money left over. And so, I think that's about what we've budgeted in years past, so is the
Okay.
24,000, yeah. Sorry, I
No,
realize it looks
that's
like an
fine.
increase, but, okay. We'll come back to salaries.
Next one is office supplies, 0060. That is a decrease from 26 to 27. There was an anticipated increase for 27 moving offices to new location. So there's a decrease requested for next year.
Spending less time in the office.
Buying less stuff for the office, maybe? The office supplies.
I think
Okay.
on postage, the treasurer mentioned that her postage fees are paid out of your budget, so I just want to make sure that was accounted for.
When we talked about this at our liaison meeting, it's unknown based on the percentage at this budget in this status request or status was at 630. We'd used about 40%. So we were a little bit above half
Okay.
or halfway through the year. Not knowing the price of postage is going to be next year, asked for an increase of $10,000 from 100 to 110.
Okay.
The badges in the 062 is an increase due to the existing badges that we had did not have the security protection that is needed for primarily the Justice Center. So we're going to upgrade the type of badges that have to be purchased and used to give the level of security that it can't be duplicated. A lot more complex, is my understanding. That's the request. That's the reason for the requested increase in badges.
Okay.
On the next page, going down to, I can't read it. Printed this too small, 6856. Maybe. 4-H Fair and Youth. It's in the commissioner's budget. Request is to remain the same as it was in 2025, 2026 for $135,000.
Okay.
ARC is the next one, Boone County ARC. That one is a request. We listed on the Form 1 to be 200,000, which is the same as it was in 2026. Senior Services is the next one. Boone County Senior Services, they run the Boone Area Transit System. The 26 request was $120,000. The request that was included on the Form 1 was $135,000. There's follow-up discussions during our liaison meetings about not-for-profits in general. There's a fourth not-for-profit that is in the commission budget that is down a little further, Boone County Mental Health. And I know in our liaison discussions, there was a request to keep those flat and look at possible options for funding those with a grant mechanism in the future. The Form 1 was already submitted. We had a lot of those discussions after the fact. So that's up to a council decision on what we want to do, but that request was included on the Form 1 for those nonprofits for 2027.
Was this senior services request?
Senior Services came in, we talked to all of the nonprofits, all 5 of them that are in the budget. They did request additional funding, but obviously they wanted to not lose any funding either. They have, expenses obviously increasing with their work, their fuel, everything they do, operating those vans and vehicles to move people around. So that was the reason for the request.
During our liaison meeting, we talked about how we have more nonprofits in the community than what we give money to, and we kind of asked for what the rhyme or reason was for that. And so then the conversation came up of what if we create like a grant cycle where these nonprofits can apply for the money, be awarded it on an annual basis, so that there is a criteria and process in doing that.
They're currently registered in Boone County, like actually registered. There are more than 175 registered nonprofits in Boone County.
How many?
More than 175 registered.
Wow.
It just puts it in perspective. That's a lot.
That is a lot.
I think you've got to.
Yeah.
If you
Can you-
Come up, Diamond. They're gonna-
If you
can
open
hold
that,
it. You can hold it.
if you open that to all of those, then what does that take away with the ones that we were doing here? And I think we gotta be very careful about doing a grant program because you have to open it to everyone then. So just something to think about. I'm not saying yes or no on it. It's just a thought.
It is just an idea because I think at some point we could be questioned on, well, why does,
Why? There you go.
you know, senior services receive this, but Matt Wilson's youth program doesn't receive anything. So
'Cause they've asked for how many years?
several.
Several.
And remember, you do receive adjustments for the county mental health center to your levy. So you receive that and a developmental disability adjustment. Those will have to go specifically to those providers.
Okay, that's good to know.
This year, for example, the adjustment for the mental health center for the county is $526,871. You have a much larger allotment for the developmental disability, but the county never takes that full allotment. Not sure what the provider situation is there.
Can you say that number for mental health
520,
again?
That's what I said.
$526,871. Normally, that goes up each year at the same rate as the max levy growth quotient. So it's 6% higher roughly than it was last year.
So that number she mentioned will be on the Aspire. In our case, that's our mental health provider in Boone County. So that number was unknown on the Aspire line, but we're required statutorily, I think, to give up. a
Because I believe
percentage.
they know what they're supposed to get too.
And I think there are multiple mental health providers in the county, but I think are we statutorily
One gets
obligated?
specified as the county
specified
mental
as
health
the county mental
provider.
health?
That's where Aspire line is, it's not for profit, but it's a different than those other
The
other-
five total,
1, 2, 3, there's 4.
four.
The other 4 are not statutory like that.
Okay.
You did mention another levy there.
There's like a $200,000 developmental disability.
Correct.
I think that's what you usually take is about $200,000 for that one.
I don't
Yeah,
think,
that was covered. I can't remember what.
ARC,
agency you-
yeah,
ARC,
so
That was.
it's Boone
ARC,
County
right?
ARC.
Okay.
okay. I think that's what kind of started the conversation. To Jennifer's point, so many nonprofits want to.
But that would limit, so that ARC would be one of those 4 that I
Of the
talked
4.
about if there is a statutory requirement on it. So that'd put it down to 4-H Fair and Youth, Senior Services, and Boone County Mental Health.
Yeah.
Those would be the other ones that would be part of the not-profit that we were discussing.
And yeah. Say we would just explore it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just an exploration.
It was a discussion that we had of like, what would that look like and how many and what services they provide. So the 4-H Fair and Youth, we met with them and it was a lot about the kids and the youth
Yeah.
in the community. With Senior Services, a lot about the folks that needed assistance to do many things in in-home care that they provide. And then with Boone County Mental Health was a lot about domestic violence and the service they provide,
Provided.
to those immediate issues when, sheriff's departments called for a service, what Boone County Mental Health provides when they come in to help those people.
What do we calculate total with all nonprofits, even if it would back $700,000, $800,000?
So with
That's not
those
included.
4 that were outside of Aspire was 530,000. But if you remove that 200,000 for ARC, that puts that at 330,000. And you mentioned there was some in the,
It's like Boone EDC and another one.
that was in the food and beverage. That was
Yeah.
separate from the
It's
commissioner.
like 800.
Yeah.
It's like $700,000-$800,000 we get. I think so.
So this Aspire line night, does that need to be the 526,871? Okay. Sorry, I'm jumping down, but, so line 6868 should be 526,871. And then we can go back, so Boone County ARC, that's the developmental disability levy we receive. So then it'd be Senior Services is the next one.
Yeah, that one is a requested increase from 120,000 to 135,000.
Nick, does the senior services, do they contract their fuel? And
Yeah,
they
they're
will
part of the,
contract?
I'm pretty sure they're part of the county's bid when we do a bid
Okay.
for the fuel.
Thank you.
Since you're exploring the grant program, and I believe Boone County Mental Health had also requested, oh, they did, you have it on here, an increase. Have you considered leaving those two lines flat this year while you explore if you're gonna do a grant program? I guess that question is more for Tim or Donnie.
Yeah, it was definitely a conversation after we had met with you guys about it. If that's the decision of the board, then that's the decision of the board. Obviously, the not-for-profits would appreciate any revenue they can get to help their service keep continuing.
Sure.
That was evident when we met with them, is a cut would be terrible if we could get any additional, but they would keep functioning on what they have been provided. Obviously, the costs have increased.
Thoughts?
I mean, someone that's worked in nonprofit and sit on multiple nonprofit boards. I just go back to Susan's earlier comments. I don't want to cut nonprofits by any stretch and what we do, but I think in totality, it's about $800,000 that we're giving out. I am a fan of quote unquote spreading the love, and looking at a grant cycle. I know it won't happen this year. I think, not from the spot, I think it was Debbie Ottinger who rightfully so questioned us last year. I know our employees are looking at trying to get a raise. I think that's top of mind. So flat is better than nothing, in my mind. And I definitely want to explore, giving others an opportunity. But if we can keep them flat would be my preference, because if you give them an increase now, next year, you see, they always want more. I think these organizations do a great job. But again, looking at 175 organizations, it's just at the end of the day taxpayer money. I think if you're going to give it out, I don't know, it's close to $800,000. They actually shocked me. It was that much. That's just a lot of money. Go ahead, Dan.
So I agree completely.
One other thought I have, again, just from an ad hoc committee perspective, if we put our heads together, I think another option would be to look at the monies available and figure out what our priorities are. I mean, some boards like this take the approach of, let's figure out what our priorities are as a county, and we just stick with that until we meet again a year later to say, are our priorities still the same? So that some of these organizations, and again, all of these organizations that you mentioned, Aaron, I'm sure are worthy of our consideration. At the same time, I just think there's another option to say, here's our priorities, here's who we're going to fund. And until we come across more monies, going to give them, we're going to focus on making sure those are, so again, just an alternative.
I guess I think when the impression I was left with after our liaison meeting was those were staying flat until we figured out what the rest of your budget looked like, was my impression.
I would agree. I thought they all were staying flat, and we were going to look at that grant cycle just because it's so many. And again, it's a lot of organizations. I didn't do the search of the 175 until today. I didn't know it was that many, but I think if you open it up, because we represent all of Boone County, some won't even apply for it. But I think there are others who have come to the council consistently asking, and we've just historically said no. But if you give them an opportunity, I think we use the Zionsville Education Foundation as just an example of those applying as what you could do. But again, I think we're in a different boat because this is still folks who live in Boone County. It's their taxpayer dollars, giving them an opportunity to apply. If you put the right structure in place, here's what you can do, and know what the priorities of the county are. This is what we're going to be focused on, whether it's mental health, youth, education, whatever, gives them an opportunity to apply. And it would have to come back, in my opinion, and show that they've used it, in a responsible manner.
Are we?
What is the will of the board? Do we want to keep senior services flat at 120 and Boone County Mental Health flat at 75?
County,
Feeler?
Well, can we give some more context? We did a few years ago. We did give them
Last year.
last year. I think that's the other piece. when we were in our liaison meeting, we in
Oh, that's
years
right.
past, go ahead,
There was a big increase last year as well.
there were that contextually in our liaison meeting, we did find out that we'd given them increases in years past, like last year, I think, or the year before. We'd given them pretty significant bumps.
It's hard.
It's
It
tough.
really is. I mean, with respect to the rising cost, the fuel cost, the services that they offer are many, and providing transportation for people that really don't have the means any place else. I hate not to honor their request with the atmosphere that we are as far as energy costs. I mean, fuel costs have gone up a lot. We have no idea where it's going to stabilize. So I would like to consider in honoring the request for the $15,000 additional
You're talking senior services.
on senior services. Yes.
And what about mental health? 25%. Well, that would be a 33%.
Yeah, I can make a comment on that. Please, you know. You know, with mental health, what I look at is, and I help them with things, and what they're doing with the youth is extremely important, and helping those in need of that. And you're building the youth to understand how they can be helped, and what's their next steps forward, along with 4-H and everything's done there. We're looking at the youth of the county and how do we help them become better than us, because we don't want them being like us, but in more ways than one. But anyway, I mean, that's what I think is so important about the Boone County mental health is what their focus is. It's not only on youth. There's a lot of other things they do. And so just like Dan had said, time's tough. And is this the only assistance that some families may get through mental health? And for another $25,000 for the year, I think that's a really wise investment for us in the county.
I guess we increased senior services last year. We increased our last year, but that's probably because of our levy. If I'm remembering correctly, Boone County Mental Health has not requested an increase in over 10 years or received one in over 10 years. I guess if we're not going to keep it flat, I think that's where it should go, because we've not considered them in the last 10 years. But then I think we really have to develop some sort of process
I agree. Yeah, absolutely.
as to what we're doing in the future, because there are a lot of other not-for-profits.
Prior to
that-
budget times.
Yes.
Yeah, we need to have a plan in place.
Yes.
And what I would also say is, if we do increase it, just remember, again, if I heard correctly, there are gonna have to be cuts somewhere in this budget.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's out of balance right now. By a
So
pretty good chunk, so.
this, I think, remember in my mind, our most valuable asset in this county are our employees. Just remember, while we're giving it to them, and I think they're worthy of it, don't sacrifice our employees or something else at that. Because I don't think these non-for-profits are great, but I don't want to cut. And while we say 25 or 15,000, that could be detrimental somewhere else.
Last year, we increased senior services about 5,000. So we don't have to do the full 20. If
Yeah.
we vote to do this, we don't have to do the full 25. Maybe it's only 5 to be.
Yeah. And I don't mind giving them
Yeah.
something. I just don't want to increase this and somewhere else gets cut. I know there are employees online watching. Not to put us in a pressure cooker, but someone says, well, man, that was a training or something that I missed.
I come from I'm going to agree with what Donnie said. I think about school systems, not only here in Boone County, but across this country, where when it comes time for school boards to have that discussion about, ooh, we're running short here, what are we going to do here? And one of the first things that get mentioned are music, art classes, bands. Those are the ones that are at the top of the list. Okay, we gotta dig deep here. And with respect to mental health, there are people not only here in Boone County, Indiana, but across this country that are in need of that mental health. And I understand all of those nonprofits there that are in the county that, well, how about if this one comes up and asks for money? How about if this one comes up and asks for money? And it's a fine line where we as a council get to make that decision, that hard decision of how much money does the Boone County Mental Health, does ARC, does Senior Services? Where do we draw that line? And that's a discussion that I'm looking forward to being a part of. Because it's important to me, as I'm sure many people in this room with respect to mental health, understanding and appreciating there are people out there, as I speak, that are asking for that mental health. And I want to make sure those dollars are available to those individuals that are asking for that mental health because they need it. They absolutely. There was a time in my life where I used to believe you're as happy as you want to be. And in speaking with Pascal from the Boone County Mental Health over the last 10 years, he has really helped me understand, Kevin, Abraham Lincoln was wrong when he made that comment because there really are people in this world that need the help and can't be as happy as they would like to be. And we're here to help them, coming from Pascal. So he helped me understand and appreciate that. So I think it's important that those individuals receive those dollars. Thank you.
I do want to comment, this senior services line is where they pay their fuel from. It's not just, the whole 135 is not just going to them. They do have a draw from it, which this year they've done 80,000. The rest of it is fuel.
So 80 of the,
They've drawn 80,000 so far this year. I don't know what their full draw is, and I don't know what that's for. I don't know if the commissioners can comment, but the rest of it is their fuel.
And not to hurry us along, but the commissioners have 1 hour, so we have a little less than 40 minutes left and we still need to talk about salaries.
Right, so I guess my question, when I look at their total budget on here, is it fair to leave that as flat for now until we go through the rest of that from the standpoint of what they're requesting on what last year's budget is almost $1.6 million more? Like, does that seem unreasonable?
Not to me.
What I'm trying to figure out though is 1.1 of that is insurance.
If you add up social security, insurance and retirement, a lot of expenses there as well as property casualty insurance, there's an increase there also. There's not additional requests that are included for a large amount of the budget at all.
And I think that number will actually go out because we just changed retirement to 2.3.
yeah.
So I think a good chunk of that is
You're also gonna have to change OASI to
Yeah.
3.2.
3.2.
Now your insurance line, 5122, you're gonna be able to take that down if we're gonna be paying it from 5901. But I have to have something in there.
Okay.
If 5901 gets out of money, I have to be able to transfer from county general.
You said 5153 is gonna be
3.25. 3,250,000.
Sorry. Hello.
How do those numbers change with respect to the Social Security Medicare line and the PERF line? How do those numbers change
No.
when we have, let's say, 295 employees?
It's a
Why-
percentage of their salary amounts.
Okay,
So there's a percentage for social security and a percentage for Medicare. The county pays half and the employee pays half.
so when they get that 5%, and I'm just throwing a number out here, when they get that 5% raise, that Medicare Social Security number,
It's
that
also
PERF
gonna
number
go up.
goes up a little bit, and that's why that number changes substantially.
And we've always played catch up. We've never really had enough in those lines. We've always kind of played catch up and then we kind of move monies around at the end of the year, so they're not negative.
And are these numbers that I'm looking at here, are they based on the 3% or the 5% increase in their salaries?
Those numbers I gave you are based off of what we're paying currently.
right now. Okay, thank you.
Is the 1.389 million actual for 2025, is that accurate? Which means the 3.2 is almost 3 times what it was in 25, or
Correct.
is that like logically, I'm just trying to, sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how it could triple when,
Well, we
No.
never really budgeted enough. I mean,
but wouldn't,
we
wouldn't the-
always kind of guessed what it was, but then when you started using the salary matrix and we went to the mid numbers, that kind of threw us way off. So we're playing catch up, basically.
but if 1.3 was the actual expense in 25, I mean, there's not another account that would have said that's actually $1.8 million that we spent. Am I right? Like, I'm still trying to get from
Oh, for retirement?
1.3 where we were using the salary matrix. We were well,
Oh, I'm sorry, for 25.
and so it's almost 3 times what you're saying the actual is in 25. So again, I know what you're saying about funding it and we're trying to play catch up, but is 3.2 actually going to be what comes out of that account in 27?
Well, that's the 3.2 is based off what I'm currently, like
Okay.
what payroll is.
Okay, unless we've doubled employees, I'm just, again, the math in my brain isn't.
But if you look, we did an amended budget in 26 also. So if you add the 26 approved and the amended,
Oh, so it's approved plus amended, not approved. Hmm. So that's, okay, so you're
Yeah.
saying it's 2.17.
Yeah.
One
So
seven,
right?
going from 2.17 to
Doesn't make sense.
3.2. It still seems. It's not as big of a bridge to cross, but
Yeah, but I also rounded up. I mean, that's not an exact number,
Okay.
but Social Security runs roughly 23 to 25,000 a pay.
mhm,
Medicare's roughly 125 to 129, depending on pay and stipends and
okay. And again,
overtime.
I know you just said we don't have a lot of time, so I'm gonna quit beating a dead horse.
Hold on.
So
I have a question if I may. On 5154, Debbie, it shows in 2025 actual expenditures 1.8 million. And then it says in 2026 approved budget 1.5 million. Why did that number go down?
Because you have to add the amended budget, right, Debbie?
Yes.
So it's really 3 million.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
I just
Okay,
went
got
through
it.
that
That makes
thing.
sense.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You're
all right, so I'm gonna throw this idea out and I feel that from comments made, extra money is getting spent to these organizations, which I don't really have a problem with. But with the 4 that we had been talking about, we were looking at a $40,000 difference or increase between the 4. Some asked for more, some didn't. And in the right to be fair and even to go and support, to follow along with what Commissioner Lawson had mentioned about our youth being important to us and wanting to develop them and the mental health aspects and all of that. I say we take the $40,000 increase and just divide it between the 4 of them. I guess I propose.
So who would it, what is?
So it would go to
All right.
4-H Fair and Youth, the ARC, Senior Services, and Aspire. Huh? Or Boone County Mental Health.
So $10,000 a piece.
Yeah.
It's taking the 40 between, that's requested between senior services and Boone County Mental Health and dividing it between the 4.
Hmm. I'm still sort of stuck on the fact that the mental health folks haven't asked for an increase for 10 years or more. But I hear what you're saying, Dustin.
And I'm fine with that. I would just put that as a part of the order. That's an official, is this on? I don't know if that's an word I'm looking for. Motion. I would just suggest that as part of that immediately next month or something. I'll work with you or whoever it is to start looking at what a grant process could look like for next year. But I'm fine with that. I think if you're gonna give it, if you're gonna give an increase this year, Right. Yeah. I think I've gotten hooked on these 4-H kids.
Do what?
Mhm.
I think something recently has gotten me hooked on these 4-H kids.
They're good kids. It's a great program.
So let's make a decision.
Okay, let's do what Dustin said.
I'm fine with that.
Okay,
You
so
want, you want to make a motion on that?
do we just want to change the lines and then it'll be part of the overall vote?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
$10,000 across the board.
yeah, so 4-H fair and youth would be 145. Boone County Arts would be 210. Senior services would be 130. And Boone County Mental Health would be 85. Next.
After you, Nick.
No, they're at.
Yes,
Yeah.
sorry
yeah,
about that.
Yes.
He just gave.
The
me
increase
40,000.
was split in 10,000. Yeah.
To 210. Or,
That's, to me, that's where you really could have made the difference at, but, because we have the ability to, but. Would you say we got 6% increase from last year?
That one you don't, you've kind of always taken
Okay.
a flat amount. It's the mental health
The mental
one
health, I'm sorry.
for Aspire that you get the 6% growth on. The other one, there's like $2 million available, but that's $2 million to add to your tax rate.
so
So,
you're saying leave ARC flat?
Well,
I mean, that's $10,000 added to your levy. That's not a huge
Okay.
it's not a,
increase.
it's not even a needle mover. in my
Okay.
opinion.
I mean,
Okay,
I mean,
Okay.
keep going.
we can bump that up.
Karen, 4-H is 145. ARC is 210. Senior services is 130.
Excuse me.
And Boone County Mental Health is 85.
Where are we now?
Dues stay the same, CERTA increased by 3.
Amended budget was 10.8 for 26 due to the increase
Oh.
and it was rounded up during our budget discussion. You said to just take it to 11. so-
I remember that now, sorry, thank you.
So down to legal services, line 001. That is showing an increase. The intent is to take the county attorney from a county employee to a new contract, back to contract service as it was previously. So it'd be moving the wages from the line on the front page to the contract service line for legal services. So the county attorney line was taken to 0 and the money that would have been in that line is moved to the legal services line. There's $65,000 that was already budgeted for outside legal counsel, which was typically for the insurance, any claims that come through the insurance that needs legal defense or legal, that was budgeted for that. So that's where the 295 comes from. It's $230,000 from the county attorney line and $65,000 that was previously in this line for 2026.
So what's the total for the new legal?
295.
Is that their new salary or what you?
No, so there's no salary because it would be a contract. We send out an RFP to search for interested firms that want to represent the commissioners, similar to how it'd been done in the past. But in 2025, the budget was $400,000. The request for 2027 is $295,000.
So I think it'd be a not to exceed
I was about to
295.
say,
We'd have to have a retainer and yes, there'd be some.
Right here.
what do you anticipate?
What do we anticipate?
Oh.
So we put the number at $230,000 for the year for legal services.
What did you pay them this year?
What do we pay
For attorney?
the attorney? Budgeted for this year. Line is approved at 222,000. That wasn't what was paid in salary. That is what is budgeted.
What was paid in salary this year?
I don't have those numbers
Like
in front of
actual
me.
paid or.
Salary's
budgeted,
210.
Salary 210.
But 222,202 is what we
Oh.
approved. We approved 222,202 last year. for the Form 1.
So you're going back to a contract.
Yes, like we discussed in our liaison meeting.
Why?
So there's many benefits to having a contract with a firm to be able to have additional support. To also fill in the lot of tasks, duties, and responsibilities of a single individual.
You're gonna go to a firm, not an individual.
Correct. We put out an RFP for anybody that's interested in representing the commissioners. Be a firm that would be the representative.
I'm good.
Okay, you want to keep moving, or is there any other questions on that one?
You're gonna release RFPs.
Yeah, we don't want to send out an RFP, but we want to make sure we brought it to the board first, because it is going to be a change from what was currently in an employee line. Now we'd be moving it for 27, so it wouldn't take effect. We wouldn't have the new firm representing until 27, but we need to send out an RFP here pretty soon. Moving down, training employee engagement is staying the same. Officials bonds staying the same. Indirect contract consulting line is an increase. That is for additional internal controls reviews. Currently, there's a company doing an internal control evaluation on 3 different aspects. It is anticipated that we're going to find that there is more that we need to look into, pending what the State Board of Accounts comes back with on their report. So budgeting funds for additional internal control reviews in 2027. Next one is Aspire. We've already talked about that number, what needed to be added there. And then Boone County Mental Health, we've already discussed that one. The MPO is an annual dues, and that's staying the same. Human Resources Consulting is staying the same. Drain assessment staying the same. Travel expenses remaining the same. Background checks is staying the same. HRIS system, that is the NeoGov system. There's anticipated additional items there. It's going up $15,000. We discussed that one during our liaison meeting. Additional modules and work that we're doing in there with our HR. All of our onboarding, document storage, all done through this program. Publications. Publications staying the same. The media and copy services, $36,000 is staying the same.
What's this media and copy services?
Yeah, this is the one we discussed in the liaison meeting also. This is where we pay for the communications. Sending that commissioners have a contract for communications director to be able to send out press releases, other public info.
62% still remaining.
That's in publications.
This fund was actually moved. It was being paid out of the wrong line early in the year. So there was a reappropriation to this line, so it was paid correctly. So it won't represent the true amount that's left to pay.
So
Right,
line
we-
6874, is that the one you're talking about, Debbie?
Yes.
Yeah, so the total contract for the annual is $36,000 a year.
And it was being
Anything
paid,
Published in the paper, radio, TV, or whatever goes through him, or is there like individually?
So press releases, like anything's published in the paper, like public notices, that's not through them, through him.
And what does he do?
This would be all of the public information that is sent out
Right.
through Facebook and media releases.
Is that a?
Nick, I know I asked this question in our liaison meeting. How many posts a month does he actually make?
So I don't have all the numbers for the entire year. He has been providing a report. I think he provided a report last week or a couple weeks ago about how many of those he's done.
When we see stuff on there from the, I don't know, I'm gonna say the highway department, because it's typically highway stuff. Does the highway department make those or does he make those?
Highway Department has access to Facebook and sends out any of the road closures, information straight from, purely about highway comes from highway.
I do appreciate that, by the way, when the county sends those out. I do appreciate that. I struggle when I follow that page. I see the county highway stuff. I don't see many posts about what's happening in the county and that kind of thing. I'm not gonna lie, I struggle with this one. Right there. And I think I had mentioned that in our liaison meeting as well.
We just have a 1 year, year-to-year contract with him.
Annual contract.
Tim, what do you think about the production of this employee or this contractor? You do?
I have to agree with Dustin. I'd like to see more activity, on it. I just don't see where we're getting that much value out of it. And possibly if we need to direct him a little differently. But I'd like to see more activity.
Agreed.
Who does he report to?
So he's under contract with the commissioners. I mean, I work with him, communicate with him on other items and topics as they come up. As far as who he reports to, he's under contract with the commissioners.
So if a press release needs to go out, who gives the approval to send it?
Well, it takes 2 out of the 3 board members to approve. I mean, that's how decisions are typically made with anything coming from the commissioners. I try to facilitate getting that decision made of, hey, review, add comments. We always got to make sure there's legal review that everything in there is factually correct.
You have to have a legal review for a press release?
If there's information in there that's going to go be delivered to the public, we want to make sure it's factually correct.
Do you ever write press releases?
Do I write them?
Do you write?
Like,
press
I don't
releases?
physically write out all the details of a press release, maybe data, information, details that are provided, and press releases written by person under contract to write those and send those out.
But you and legal don't write press releases?
Don't write every single word of a press release. All of that information goes through them to get sent out.
Well, I would agree. I'm challenged that the individual, nothing against them personally, $3,000 a month. I think highway does a great job. I think the prosecutor, correct me if I'm wrong, can't you handle your own? Sheriff, you handle your own? Our 2 largest departments handle a majority, if not their own, comms. And I would say community corrections and probation are probably our next 2 largest departments. After that, this production issue, and he's probably been on staff. This is what, 9th month, 8th month? Started at the beginning of the year, last year. Oh, and he just got his first report to you all. From what I was told, you and legal helped write the last press release.
We
So-
provided information, absolutely.
I'm not here to challenge you. I was told that you and legal helped write the last press release. Challenges with that. So if you all are writing press releases, there's a challenge within that. So I'll go back to it, and even Nag says this is worth it because you don't make a good salary, and I think you're worthy of that. So I don't know. We'll come back to it. That's all I have. I know we gotta keep going.
We've been asking for reports.
I would say we have a council meeting every month, and I haven't seen a simple readout of, here's what happened at the last council meeting. This person, but go ahead, Jennifer. I know we got time.
Is, there gonna be like a matrix put together, is like how many press releases you expect? Does this, contract, is it expected that they work with every department? Is there gonna be anything like that?
So for the annual contract that has been written that I have read, it doesn't have any specific details regarding that. That's one of the topics of discussion we've had internally after having our liaison meeting for 2027, adding some more metrics, adding some more items that need to be done, meetings that need to be attended, how many press releases, how many Facebook posts, how many stories need to be done, would be something that could be revised in a contract for the future to put some actual metrics in there that we could go back and evaluate and say, how's that working?
When is the contract up?
It's an annual contract, so end of the year,
Are you gonna post it?
post it.
Are you going to post it, or is it an auto renewal? I know
It's
sometimes-
not an auto renewal. It will take board action to approve.
Tim, I think Aaron might have asked this, so I'm sorry if it's repetitive. Do you think you're getting your value's worth?
Do you have another, well, never mind.
Yeah, did you go out for interviews or did you just hire him? You did, I mean, did you, when you hired him? And was there any structure to what you expected of him? But nothing had been done prior, so I mean,
Was there an RFP?
Are we voting on this entire budget right after this?
In theory. We can table this because we have tomorrow afternoon too.
Let's table.
Okay. We're gonna table this line because we've got 11 minutes before we move on and we've got to get through salaries still.
I'll tell you.
Liability insurance.
Liability insurance for the health doctor, I had that at $7,500, not knowing, was basing it off of what was in the amended budget. I did hear back from Dan, gave me an update on that as our insurance
Mhm.
hat. It is significantly less than that, but I think if we put it down to like $3,000,
We paid
$3,500.
$1,857 this year,
So it could be a reduction
$1,800.
from the $7,500 to actually reduce that number down to less. Not knowing exactly what that could be, we could leave a little room if we paid 1,800, if you put it down to 2,500 or something lower.
3,000. just to be safe?
Yep.
Okay. Let's put 3,000 there.
Yeah, so just reduce 7,500 down to 3,000.
Insurance building and other, is that because of the jail coming online?
Yeah, we have additional building square footage that we're insuring from our previous, but we submitted everything, got quotes back at an RFP. This is what we ended up with for our property casualty for 2027. We also have to budget, anticipating if we have to pay a deductible. So that's why the increase in that line.
Any other questions on this page, or can we jump to salaries?
We got one more topic that we didn't make it to, is the Key Bank.
Yeah.
We talked about our liaison meetings. We've had several meetings about the Key Bank project and what the possible next steps. I know you got 9 minutes, and that's a lot of information, but meeting with our liaisons, I think the other board members, I don't know if they've been included in the conversation about the K2M study, also included a future need for more square footage beyond renovation for Key Bank for the prosecutor, possibly a government center or annex, whatever you would want to call it, built separately, an additional square footage need. The cost would expand substantially from the roughly $8.6 million Key Bank renovation estimate. So in order to look into those options and get a concept of what those additional needs would be out at another building, we would need to budget some funds for someone to look into that building and find out what that would even look like cost-wise. We have the K2M study that's all based on that, and kind of our back and forth with our liaisons was this could be long-range planning. Okay, if we do it Key Bank, frees up square footage for the prosecutor, what other offices, departments need more space? The health department needs space. Do we spend money renovating the prosecutor's old building to be able to move and make space for the health department? Do we consider building a new building for the future needs of all the other departments in the 10-year plan that would need additional square footage? So we would need to budget something to look into what that building would look like, concept-wise, square footage costs, site improvement.
Have we budgeted that?
We
Sorry.
did not put it in the budget. We reached out to representative that could give us numbers, Matt Mason.
Concept plan installation for a new discussion for
So 9024 needs to be 250.
Okay.
I don't know. Change that would go bank. That would could not only.
Debbie, do we need to change that line?
Just take Key Bank off of it.
Okay.
That was the only other additional request I wanted to mention before you went on to salaries. And now we have 7 minutes. So
7
squeeze that in there pretty good with 2 minutes on that, but
I do have a question back on the health insurance. There was you guys sent an RFP out. So who gave you the number to budget?
so RFP is for a broker. The actual providers of the insurance, this number was provided on what our expected expenses would
Okay.
be next year. We're anticipating similar carriers,
Whoever you
but
went
the
with.
broker is what the RFP
Okay.
is.
Okay.
Salary.
Okay, so back to salaries. To start off the conversation, there's been a lot of back and forth with our liaisons, even amongst the commissioners themselves, on what the salary should look like. But the justification for the request was based on the salary study. County at one point spent $85,000 on a salary study.
Mhm.
A lot of different factors, a lot of things went into that salary study to come up with a number and minimum, midpoint, maximum. Sometimes that's been worked toward, sometimes it's not. We have people over the max, have people under the minimum. So the request was to get to the midpoint for all of those in the commissioners department, including the commissioners. The HR and HR assistant positions are also not at the midpoint. So that was the request. That's why it was on there.
Okay.
In general, there's some, we went to salary.com. We pay $3,000 a year for salary.com. It is yet another tool that we can look at. Gateway is also another But you can look at what other counties are doing, even though they use different inputs to come up with their salaries. So there's a whole lot of information without a real, like, what do we need to do and how do we need to do it? Varying opinions across both boards, obviously, on how that should be managed. So the numbers that are included on all the positions are for the midpoint for the age 2027 salary amounts.
Just to clarify, what did you use to get to the?
That's a really good question because the salary study that was completed included many of the positions. It didn't include all of the positions. And that's where we also have to use the gateway and we also have to use the salary.com. So we've provided information that's different for different positions, I guess is what I'm answering. So how do we get to the midpoint?
So you used it for so you use a variety of tools for all positions. You didn't have a consistent.
There isn't one that exists. So the salary study doesn't have everything in it. For instance, the HR generalist position doesn't even exist in the salary study.
Okay.
There was an option to not continue paying that company to rank all the positions. So we have to use another method to be able to do that. And sitting through these meetings for a number of years, there's been, even when there was positions that were in the salary study, it was still, let's use Gateway or let's use salary.com. So that it still becomes a decision that the commissioners don't get to make on what board approves for the salaries. They get to make a decision on what they pay for those salaries. And I mean, you mentioned at the beginning of the meeting some clear guidance on what and how that works with job responsibilities. Now there's 3 minutes left.
So I'll just jump into it. I know last year I very bluntly asked, because it seemed like we brought on a lot of new positions in the commissioner's office area last year. And I remember plainly asking, do you want the position or do you want the raise? And all three commissioners individually said, hire the people. Make their job, I don't want to say easier, but less complicated. And I think we're still trying to figure out maybe how that all works, how it's making it easier and less complicated in that kind of scenario. I struggle with that large of an increase
For
the commissioner salaries.
which, if we break it down into three, remind me, where are we now and what are we,
So right now, I
you at?
believe it'd be at
what's
53,917
right now, 53?
and some change. You add your 5%, you'd be at 56,612.
And then
The
taking,
new one would be up to 66,482,
okay,
roughly, give or take. If I'm off a number or two, that was kind of
okay.
machete math.
Couple things. First of all, Commissioner, work your butts off, in my opinion, and what you have to cover. So I appreciate you reminding me what the current comp is. At the same time, I think one of the smartest things that we've done is get a director of administration that a lot of other counties have done. And Nick, I would think if we got all the commissioners lined up and said, is your life better or not better with Nick in the director of administration role, I would think they would maybe do backflips. And I don't see any of you guys being acrobatic, but I think if you could do one, you might do one. But so I guess sort of along the lines of what you're saying, Dustin, I mean, I'm all for the 5% increase. I'm also like, I'm really glad we did the director of administration, and I think that sort of lifts all boats. Because of where we are in the budget so far with Susan's introduction here on our out of balance situation, I'd be less inclined to getting them to the midpoint this year, with the idea that Nick has been the big lift and we're in a bit of a crunch. And I would say the same thing about council, but we'll get to that later.
I would, +1, I would add, because I'm looking here. How did you get to the, I'm looking at this right, this HR generalist, how did you get to the salary to be so high? 'Cause I did a salary.com search. Tell you this every year. Have a degree. Have a degree in HR. I'm looking at what the requirements are. I'm looking at the employee handbook. What it says should be done. Employment decisions are based on qualifications and abilities. How do we get to such a high salary?
So the salary, I sent the email, there's report from Gateway that pulled salaries from surrounding counties, counties with similar workforce. Shared that information, the salary.com has a breakdown of how they break them into entry, intermediate, senior, specialist, expert, paraprofessional. Like I mentioned at the beginning, there's a lot of different ways to look at it. All of how you want to go about it. The job description indicates these are what needs to be the requirements, this amount of experience. We want to go to one individual, maybe we need to look at everybody's job descriptions and see what their qualifications are. When we start getting into who's filling the role versus what the job description is, we could really run down a lot of different paths, I think, in a lot more time than what was probably allowed for this discussion. But this particular role was not in the salary study initially. So salary.com and the Gateway information was gathered, and that's what was used to be able to come up with it.
And I think it wasn't in the salary study because the person who held the position before had a different title.
Correct.
So the title has changed and evolved over time, multiple times. So you can be an HR generalist, you can be an HR specialist, you can be an HR director, you can be an HR manager. And you can say this, and forgive me for my lack of vernacular right now. You can manipulate the data in salary.com to get it to say what you want it to say. But I'm struggling with this. And John, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think John Reiner gave the best example. I think of his granddaughter, his niece, last year, the example of the qualifications that are needed. So again, I'm going to go on the record and say it one more time. People that you're putting in the positions need to have the qualifications to hold those positions and stop inflating the salaries for them. So
Okay,
If they-
we had one before that had qualifications and we had the same discussion.
no,
I mean,
she
I
didn't,
remember that
she
same
didn't have the
thing.
degree. I'm just going to go on the record
And
and say,
when we want to look at individuals, it's starting to get a little bit off on the topic of not job description and the ranking, but more a personal situation of individual people. And
so let me give
I'm
you-
not going to jump into that discussion in this.
Let me jump
public
into it since you brought it up. You just hired a director of emergency management.
Emergency management, yeah, director.
You just hired a director.
Yeah.
You would not have hired a director of emergency management who was no offense, who bagged groceries at a store. You would not have hired them if they were a cashier somewhere. They had to have what? Qualifications to handle that job. What I'm getting at is you're putting people in positions that if they don't have the qualifications for that job, you're going to put this county in a liable situation. I'm telling you that. I'm going on the record and I'm saying that again. Because if you're saying that this person who is your HR generalist, director, or whatsoever is that person for that job, then they're creating job descriptions, they're creating job posts, and they're putting them out. And then they're saying that other individuals in the county have to have certain qualifications for certain jobs, or else we can't hire them. That's the pot calling the kettle black. Yep, I said it.
No, I'm saying like
So I'm saying, so what?
commissioners approve the job description. So
But you're the county administrator, you submitted this with them. So what I'm saying again, on the record, because when somebody sues this county and we get the post, they want to be able to say, what happened? Were you warned? Did you know about this? I'm going on the record and saying it again. The people, because everyone wants to say, oh, you don't want to make it about the person. You don't want to make it personal. I'm telling you now that the people that we're putting in these positions, if they're the county handbook that was sent to me last night by our legal counsel literally says employment decisions are based on qualifications. You have to be qualified to hold the position. We wouldn't hire a county EMA director or legal counsel. I'm not just directing this to you, it's the people making the decisions. So when you come in and you submit a salary for $70,000, $80,000 for a person that's supposed to be in charge of HR and they don't hold the qualifications for it, that's a liability. I'm not supporting it. I haven't supported it. I won't support it. And that's not just for them, that's for anybody. Your mic went out or something. And I'm, again, going back to it, you did put that out there and support it. I think Jennifer, when we were on the call with Dustin, went back and said there was some back and forth in our liaison meeting when we got on the initial call. You guys hadn't had that sorted out. So what was initially proposed to us and what has been submitted is different. And I'll go back to what Dustin said. Last year, you all did come to us, the commissioners, and said, we need an administrator. It's going to ease our workload. These things are going to happen. I think Nick's done a wonderful job coming back and asking for a almost, I think, what is it now, $10,000+ increase is mind-boggling to me personally. Like, I don't know how that, I don't know where that's coming at. He was like, oh, okay. Nick, I think, again, I'm not just saying, I think you've done a phenomenal job in your role. Like, we call, we ask for stuff, you're accessible, you make it happen. I don't know where the additional $10,000 is coming from.
So,
People are having trouble. His mic, the mic went out. Yeah. We voted on
well, at the very end, so I guess we can come back and talk about
Did
these.
you hear when he was
I
talking on
can
this
add it
one?
to the list.
Yeah.
of things.
It's on Tim. It's just that talk. You don't have to hit it.
We're not voting on salaries right now anyway. So we can either come back to these at the end of the day. And keep discussing it.
at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Right, then it's over.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there a motion? It would be except for salaries and except for, there's two tabled lines that end in 6874 and 5122. Yes, sure. Sorry, give me a second.
Yeah, the motions need to include the changes on like the 4-H fair line by line.
Or we can say with our amendments, as proposed plus our amendments. I move that the commissioner's proposed budget be approved for inclusion in the final Boone County budget, except for salaries and except for line 6874 and line 5122, as presented with our amendments for lines 5153, line 5154, line 6856, line 6859, line 6860, line 6868, line 6870, line 0 ending 0046, and line 9024.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Can we take a 5-minute restroom break?
You ran out and get him?
Are they in the bathroom?
I don't know.
Love it. Debbie Ottinger.
Boy, you're pretty optimistic there, Debbie.
What's the tab number here?
Oh, it's under commissioners, right?
It's food and beverage.
Which one is this?
But isn't it right here?
Thank you, 115.
We are running behind. We will
Okay.
eat, we will go into lunch.
All right.
Oh, food.
Food and beverage, yeah.
Building engineering services.
One five seven.
That's funny. That's kind of what it.
Can we go back on the record? Or not, we're not for it, sorry. Different hat, sorry.
What'd you say, Sherry?
Okay. EDC.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I'm Andrea Kern. Again, I'm the CEO of the Boone County Economic Development Corporation. And first, I just want to start with a thank you for your continued partnership and investment in our work. And it really allows us to serve Boone County's communities, employers, and residents to advance economic opportunities throughout the county. I've given you our annual report from last year, and then the one pager is really our activity through just the first 7 months of the year. And it's been a very busy year for us. So we have requested $175,000 for this year, and it represents about 19% of our total projected revenue. I think a stat that is important from the last time that I was here is that that number is different than what we had presented last year. It's a smaller percentage of our overall revenue. So we are producing results as far as grants and earned revenue and other sources as well. So you can also see there our project leads for the year. So 93 overall this year and 27 that we actually submitted on. I always like to highlight that stat because it does show how selective we are and conscious of our community's comprehensive plans, their goals for what they want to see in their communities, that we are not just chasing growth for the sake of growth, that we are really trying to align those opportunities with what our communities say that they want. And so I think that's just an important point to highlight there. For 2026, we've had 2 public wins right now. There's obviously things going on that we'll share in good time and hopefully will be in our next annual report. But Willoughby Industries just announced their headquarters move to Zionsville, creating 100 new jobs. These are high quality, $34 an hour on average wages. Raise Bio, that's another massive win for Boone County. I honestly believe that $150 million for their capital investment is conservative. And so we hope to announce more as well. And these are $137,000 on average annual wage. So those from traditional economic development are big wins for us this year. We've also partnered on a number of community development wins too. We've launched the Boone County Career Collaborative, which is a partnership with all 3 school districts to respond to the state's new diploma requirements to offer high quality work-based learning opportunities funded through a grant by Meta. We received a READY grant from the IEDC to fund design support for our local small businesses to create vibrancy in our downtowns that's open to the whole county. We also did a downtown plan with Ball State and their historic preservation program around downtown redevelopment for Thorntown. So that has been a really rewarding project as well. We overall have just had a really good 2026 year so far, and look forward to just continuing that partnership and hearing your questions for today.
I'm the president of the EDC, and I'll be recusing myself from the vote, but I can just attest to the absolute turnaround in terms of the organization with Andrew's leadership and our statistics in terms of engagement with investors, engagement with developers, and obviously wins across the finish line are just the beginning, I think, of a pretty strong story. And before I stop, I guess I would just say that she's also gotten some incredible feedback from some of the other municipalities in terms of the real impact that she's had in terms of getting some of these things over the finish line. So just really, really pleased with where we are 15 months after her hire. So
You do a press release, do you do it, or does it go through the county?
We do our own press releases.
Like, who did the other municipalities do?
It depends on each one. So right now we receive $100,000 from Lebanon and Whitestown.
$100,000 each?
Yes. And Thorntown, Advance, and Jamestown are $1,000 each. So I believe just from past conversations that the county kind of subsidizes that amount on their behalf. So a lot of the work we've been doing there in those communities is funded that way. And then Zionsville is 75,000.
that's as of last year, right?
Correct. Yes.
You're still in the budget process with them
With
in
all of
terms
them.
of
Correct. Yep.
what you're going to request and
The Bristol, I always put clarity on this to make sure
Mhm.
the Bristol Myers Squibbs.
Raise Bio is a subsidiary of Bristol Myers Squibb. So it's a partnership between both of them for their expansion into Whitestown.
Right. I'm familiar with it. Was this source from?
Actually, they came directly to us. So there was we brought the state into that. And so that was a direct lead to us. Yep. So that's another, I think I appreciate the highlight there that our value really is that we're the front door for economic development, that having a one-stop shop that can really start to make those connections and get projects moving. And we really looked at, it wasn't just Whitestown at the beginning. This was really trying to align what they needed with the available sites and where it was best suited for the company. So.
The Willoughby Industries.
Mhm. Again, not through the state, came directly to us. They did use a site selector on that. So those relationships that we have with site selectors are really important to making sure that we provide a seamless process and experience for them so they keep bringing those leads here.
I think about 11 years ago when I came on the council, of course, a lot has changed in the past 11 years.
Yeah.
There were a lot of phone calls. Hey, come to our county, be a part of our county. We want to help you grow.
Mhm.
And now with respect to Lily and the other big individuals on the block, is it fair to say that more companies, and as opposed to you guys actively calling companies, that they're calling you saying, tell us why we need to, or asking, tell us why we need to come into your county and be a part of it? And if I understood you correctly, is that what Willoughby and then Bristol Myers
Yes.
did? They called you folks and said, help us understand why we need to be a part of your county.
Yep. We like what you're doing. We want to be a part of it.
Good.
Yes. And so that is a great position to be in from the
Mhm.
county's perspective. It
Yep.
allows us to be selective. That's why it's really critical that our staff really understands what all of the municipalities in the county overall wants to see, so that we're making sure that we're chasing the right opportunities and rolling out that red carpet for them when that's something we really want to see in our community. So
Well, thanks for helping Boone County grow.
thank you.
Where's the other $500,000+ come from in the budget?
We have earned revenue, grants, and interest. Private support, our private investors.
How much of it is taxpayer supported? So if we give
None of it. None of that additional is any of the is 52% is non-governmental. There's no taxpayer revenue in that
So 48% is taxpayer.
across all of the municipalities, correct? And when I came here last year, it was 60-40. So 60% of that was government revenue. So we're continuing to bring that number down.
I will tell you, I appreciate you bringing that number down.
Yep.
As I would imagine most taxpayers are.
Thank you.
Any additional questions, discussion? Is there a motion?
It's just a line item, right?
Yeah, just.
I moved that the Boone. Who's that? Maybe they didn't like I was getting ready to do it. I moved that the Boone Economic Development line 3157, 3151. Proposed budget be approved for inclusion into the final Boone County budget.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Second, Nero.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Area plan.
We did excuse myself.
I don't know.
Yeah, actually mark your name for that.
0101. Oh, and Nicole provided us with it.
What is it? Area plan?
Area plan, yeah. I believe it says planning and zoning in your budget book, but yeah, I provided Jennifer during your break an update just based on the conversations that I've heard over the last day and a half of budgets on salaries. My original request only included a 5% raise for my budget line, not the max, which is still my intention to take. But based on the conversation, I did change that to the max salary. So that's highlighted in red on the updated sheet that Jennifer just passed out.
I can explain that. Okay, let's first line 0014, it says part-time. This is a new position she's requesting, and it would be planning and inspection technician. There is an approved job description. And it says if new employee, if needed. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, there are discussions between the APC and Thorntown about them joining our membership. Currently, we have the staff capacity to do the work for the unincorporated area of Boone County and the town of Advance. But if they join, there's potential need for additional help in terms of inspections and possible planning help. So that's the intention, is if they join and we decide sometime in 2027 that we need that additional help, I wanted to have it in the budget so that I didn't have to come to you mid-year and try to ask for that.
And I think also to kind of go along with the odds of that position ever really being filled, kind of goes along with whether something farther down the budget line happens. I mean, that's more of a sense of security. I think if Kirby falls on a job site and gets hurt, the money's there to get a part-time inspector while he recuperates or whatnot.
If Thorntown joins, do they pay anything?
No.
Any questions about the new position? The next one, it says,
Hey, Jennifer, real quick, I would just point out that obviously if they do hire additional staff, we would have to account for a computer and all that kind of stuff down the road, which I do not have currently in my budget.
I'm gonna ask a question. Part-time normally ranges from that 15 to 20. That's outside of this, so is this an exception? for a part-time position.
I looked at that.
That is the numbers that HR Amber gave me for the salary range because she based it on the job description and it was grade 10, I believe. So those are the numbers that she gave
That
me.
came from HR. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah, she put that on within the salary study.
Yes.
Or doesn't include equipment. Will this person need like a computer?
Potentially, we do have some office equipment money in our budget that could help subsidize that.
Sean, what do you usually say? Like 3,500? Okay. Then the next line, SECER, DEP, can we change, that's the administrative assistant, right?
Yes, and I have a note, I have the name change form from Debbie. I wasn't sure at what point in the process that needed to be done.
There's the secretary department.
I'm not.
It's secretary deputy is
Okay.
what it, for some reason, has always said that. So we, Karen and I have talked to Nicole and she knows to get us that line change and we'll make sure it's changed. It won't physically change until the 27 budget.
Administrative assistant.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, then the executive, that's just a 5% increase. The executive director, if you guys remember last year, we only budgeted 60,000 in that line and 60,000 in the planner line because we didn't have the director yet. And they moved it this year. So while it looks like it's 100, it looks like it's a significant increase. It's not, it's 5% on the 120. We'd approved 120 as the salary. It was just being paid out of two different lines until we hired the director. And then the building inspector, that is also just a 5% increase.
Okay.
Okay, office supplies.
Yeah, I increased that from my understanding over the years. That line has been budgeted low and has consistently had reappropriations into it. We order all the place cards for all of our petitions and building permits through that line. So I took what we're currently spending and the average of the petition numbers over the last 3 years and calculated that. That's about $6,000 in itself. So just wanted to make sure that we had enough budget in there that I don't have to do reappropriations next year.
Questions? And what about legal services?
Legal services, we have used the same attorney for quite some time at the same rate. So they have not received any increase. So we just wanted to do a little bit of a bump. There is discussions with the APC on whether an RFP will be issued or not. So I am in the process of drafting one, but that has not been determined whether or not that will be issued.
Okay, so will it be a not to exceed 42,000? Okay. Comprehensive plan coming down because I'm assuming we're.
Jennifer, I have a question.
Okay.
Nicole, the zoning board went down $550.
Yes, for some reason, they were budgeted for more than 12 meetings, but that's not accurate. They should only really have 12 meetings.
Okay.
On the off chance that they would meet more, I still left 16 meetings in APC so I could move it.
Okay.
One line I did want to note, the comprehensive plan, I have 50,000 in there. There is a chance that I won't need that. I'm planning to encumber if I have a final bill coming in 27 from this year. They should be wrapped up. However, they're behind schedule, so there's potential that I'll have expenses in 27. That's the purpose of the 50,000.
Okay. But you think you'll have money left that you can encumber?
Yes.
So, how much do you think you'll have? Do you think you'll have at least 50,000?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah,
Could you tell them that you need a final invoice in
that is my
by
plan.
December 1st, and then, and I guess we could remove the 50,000 then if you're gonna encumber that.
Yeah.
Okay. So do we want to take that line to 0? Knowing that if there's more,
Right.
she'll have to come to us for an additional, or would you rather leave 50,000 in there?
0.
I think it'd be a lot easier to, it would be less confusing to March if we know that it's in there.
Even from there, then. No. No, did Jewel feel some type of way about coming back for additionals if there were like emergencies?
Say that again.
It
Nick.
has to be
Jewel felt
something that's not foreseen, and technically this is something we're potentially foreseeing.
Yeah.
So,
Jewel felt something. It was like if you, we used to do additionals a ton. Like
Mhm.
we used to have an addition almost like multiple, sometimes like every month. I was saying like, if Jennifer was like, if you see it foreseen, yeah. I think Dan was saying leave it in. You saying leave it in there?
No, I was saying take it out.
I
but-
was saying.
Yeah.
I was saying leave it in there.
I mean, if I'm okay taking it out if we're all
Or
realizing,
drop it
hey,
down,
she's probably gonna come
come
back.
back and ask for it.
well, because
Right.
there's 370 left right now. Do you know how much of that you're gonna pay out between now and December?
The remaining part of their contract, so they're doing the comprehensive plan, the thoroughfares plan, and local road safety. There's about 50,000 left in that portion of the contract. The extra in the 26 budget was for additional services that we don't intend to use. But like I said, they are behind schedule.
So you might use 50,000 of the 370.
That's the intent, yeah. The reason I put the 50,000 in there is because I don't know how far behind schedule they are. I just know that they are, that there's potential work that may not wrap up till 27.
Because I also want to make sure we don't go over the contract either.
Mhm.
The
Um,
50,000 is within the
It
contract.
is.
Yes.
What if we lower it? Because there's 370 left right now. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's 240 left, you said?
239.
239? And you think it'll only be 50,000 the rest of the year?
Yes, that should conclude their contract is 50,000.
I would remove it and we can encumber off the contract,
Just tell them we have to have an invoice by December 1.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
December 31st.
I can do that.
We're gonna do encumbrances in December per Jewel.
So you want the final invoice
Invoice.
by December 1.
Can you make a note to make that announcement at your next meeting? Because the IC code says December 31st for invoices.
Yeah, and we have a form. He has a form that we're gonna use for that. So, okay. So we'll take that to 0.
I guess a point though, we have monthly bills in December that have to be encumbered every year. So there's no way we're gonna be, I mean, like the internet bills and the cell phone bills and everything that comes every month. Those don't come to the middle of each month. There's no way we can have those by December 1.
We'll discuss it with Jewel at the next meeting. So. Planning consultant increased by 40.
Planning consultant, I intend to name change that for permitting software and digitization. The APC did an RFP for a permitting platform, which will convert our existing platform that is access-based and not accessible online to move it to an online-based platform that will allow the public to submit petitions and all of our applications online if they so choose. It will also allow our staff to be able to review plans and petitions both in the office and remotely. For example, the inspector will have access to a copy of their plans remotely in the field. We put this in our budget as well as IT put it in their budget so that the council could discuss whose budget it more aligns with. We really do see this as an operating platform rather than an IT platform. And recent changes in state code going forward, our fees have to be put into a non-reverting fund, which I'm working with the county commissioners council on that. So eventually my plan would be to pull the expenses for this permitting platform into that, not from that non-reverting fund. And it really just shows what our operating costs are if the APC and the commissioners decide sometime in the future to increase fees.
And you know that fund has to be set up by December 31st of this year.
The non-reverting fund.
Yeah, and I
Yep.
would just add IT wise, I mean, Nicole and I have obviously talked about this, and I think we're okay either way. I guess my comment to her, and I didn't realize that she was doing the non-reverting fund. That obviously changes my opinion in the discussion. My comment to her was anything that's IT related, that is not in a self-funded account like PS Lit, for example, is under the IT budget. And so my thought would be to have that in the IT budget with everything else. But if she's going to pay for it out of self-reverting funds, that's obviously a different discussion, and that would make sense.
So if we're,
So kind of, or sorry, go ahead. The the plan or thought process with that program and permitting program, I guess kind of goes back to that part-time employee that we had talked earlier, that if in the event that Thorntown comes on, or whether they come on or not, we believe that the permitting program on there would definitely hold off from needing another full-time employee for quite some time. That's the goal. In the part-time scenario, when we were talking about that, there were some folks that was mentioning that, oh, we're going to need more people. We're going to need more people. More people is not our goal. But I asked her to just at least put a part-time person in there in case something happens to Kirby or the growth tops the way that it was, with intentions of not using it. So I just kind of wanted to clear that up from the comments that I made earlier in case there was confusion on that. It's more of a security blanket.
if we're putting this in a non-reverting fund, do we need to change the name of that line or just set up the non-reverting fund, Debbie?
Set up the non-reverting fund.
Okay.
So yeah, for
Because that's-
2027, that won't have any funds in the non-reverting fund. They will
Right.
start being placed in there for 27. So the thought is have the general fund the software for 27 with the intention of 28, the
Moving it.
non-reverting fund
Okay.
funding.
So we do need to rename this line then,
Yes,
and then it'll be.
correct.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
Permitting software and digitization. That's fine. I haven't submitted anything, so you guys can tell me what that's what the line is going to be for. The other part of that is digitization. We have a quote to digitize some of our older files. We still have all of the files from Zionsville and Whitestown's annexed areas from the early 2000s. If you've been to our office, over half of it is storage. So we got a quote just to get it started, about 20,000 to scan about 28 boxes.
And I'm assuming that those numbers were included in what you gave me for the overall scanning
Yes.
project as well.
Correct.
And so we'll be talking about the county-wide scanning project during the IT portion of the budget tomorrow.
Are there any other questions about this budget? I think so, yes. Because it's, for the software.
With me being on their board, do I need to sustain from this?
Is there a motion? I move that the APC proposed budget be approved for inclusion in the final Boone County budget, except for salaries and with the comprehensive plan update line being brought to 0.
Second.
Any further discussion?
And then part-time in there.
Except for salaries.
Yeah.
Yep. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
7-0. So,
Oh, yes, sir.
Hmm.
I thought he said 6-7 and
so did I.
I was like.
Y'all was ready to start doing this. You know y'all were.
Nate,
I did, my hands were just under.
You guys, we have about 30 minutes before we need a break for lunch because we have to come back on at 12:45.
We're supposed to be here at 11:30.
No, because just discussed it in the
Think you wanna get popcorn?
facility.
Don't you all miss the Nick Barber Gunny Highway?
Max, I'll say the courthouse looks beautiful. Got a lot of comments on that building this year.
Mike's hard to be. Line, where are we at?
Yeah. Facilities.
Oh, three. It's in the back, isn't it?
Right there. Right, like, yeah.
Oh, county.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Yes.
03, 80. 3.
First off, issues looks like you're gonna do most of the talking. We're gonna have everybody. Okay. Yeah.
So, adding a line for trail maintenance, we're asking for $3,000 there to, replace signage and any kind of repairs that come up there with ADA, and lights and that type of stuff, or whatever is necessary up there or comes up, replacing benches or whatever.
That 3 miles you said is north of Thorntown. Does that
Yeah.
take it to the county line?
Yeah, basically Sugar Creek to the county line.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's see. So the next one, let's see, equipment.
On a truck.
Say that again. What's that?
Are you buying a truck?
Not out of.
Not for 30, not a
Yes,
nice one.
yes, we are buying a truck for weights and measures. That truck is a 2008. It's starting to look pretty rough. It's rusting out. So we'd like to get that truck replaced and get a little better appearance when we're out there maintaining that. I mean, you're looking at almost a 20-year-old vehicle we're replacing there.
Do you work, Tony?
What's that?
Nick and Tony?
Yeah, we got skipped there. So there's an additional, so the equipment line, we're gonna have 15,000 in that line. Another need is a broom to clean again, it's for the trails, to be able to clean the trails when we go up and mow. Currently, the method is we throw a snow plow on a truck and just go blow it off the side of the trail. The broom will do that much more efficiently and cleaner than what the,
That's a
current
sweeper
cost.
for 10 grand.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. And then we were also asking for a small equipment trailer to move our mowers and small equipment,
35.
$3,500. And that is all of my that's all my increases in county general.
Questions? It's 5%.
So do we want to go to 1138?
Do we want to
Or sorry,
approve Are there any questions or is there a motion on this one?
I move that the facilities, 0380, proposed budget be approved for inclusion in the final Boone County budget. Minus salaries, yes, thank you.
Is there a second? Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign, motion carries. What's the next one?
It's gonna be 1138 TCD. Increases here, you'll see, we want to do, is that just in, that's just in the highway building increase, right? Okay, we're asking for an additional $6,000 there for, we are having a generator installed there, so we're gonna have to include, service and maintenance and, on that and monitoring will all come out of that for that building. Same thing with the courthouse, we're asking, for generator maintenance and monitoring there. The big ask out of 1138 right now is going to be to replace the, fence around what we call lot 2.
Hold on 1 second, sorry.
Sorry.
6,000 for courthouse and then 6,000 where?
Highway.
It's,
Highways.
So it's adding.
He's getting ready to add.
oh,
Six
sorry.
grand was the highway generator monitoring, and then 75 is for this fence that he's getting ready to.
Okay,
sell.
sorry.
Yeah. So there's 75,000 that, to replace the chain link fence around the, what we call lot 2. It's the, where we have all of our gravel stored, but we also allow contractors to, stage equipment in that lot. So security is basically just for, when we have contractors with their equipment in there. If you drive past that now, that fence is in very poor shape. It's actually falling over in places, so we'd like to get that replaced.
Okay.
That is all of our increases in 1138.
And then are the decreases for prosecutor and annex EU as well?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's decreases there just from, prosecutor's building and this building with, kind of an undetermined plan at this point. I don't want to jump into any major projects on these buildings, so we're just going to have our maintenance lines. And if something comes up, we'll address it then.
I just want to make sure we include all the lines in the motion.
Yeah.
So just those 4 lines.
Yes.
You still need the
Key
consulting,
bank is,
sorry.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
The what?
Do you still need the consulting for facilities since you've added tab?
the consulting is, yes, we still want the 25,000 for the consulting. That's if we need a, engineering or architect consultant.
6 line item.
Mhm.
Want me to do a motion?
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I move that we approve the 6 line items out of 1138 for facilities, including 0043, 0044, 0045, 7037, 9120, and 9180.
Is there a second? Oh.
Second.
Second?
Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
1233 is gonna be next. So changes in 1233, one you'll see is the trash and shredding line. We increased it some for us, and then we've also included the sheriff's department shredding in that line. So,
She said that yeah, that it
So-
would be here now.
so both department shredding will be coming out of that line. We've also, let's see. Let's go next page. The $3,000, that just under the regular maintenance? It is, okay. So, yeah, so the jail maintenance and repairs, we've asked for $110,000 for a HVAC plumbing and controls maintenance contract. We will put that out for an RFP before we jump into that, because we've got a couple quotes that have some gap between them, so we want to make sure that everybody's on the right page there. But and then we've had to increase a little bit for our bio waste out of the coroner's office as well.
The generator monitoring, is that the other?
Yeah, so generator monitoring maintenance is $30,000 for that building. Simply because we have very large machines there, and they just cost a little more to service.
Are those the only two lines you have in there?
Yes. Payroll, utilities.
Oh, maintenance staff,
Oh, okay.
but you just.
Oh,
did-
yeah, utilities line. Yeah,
And you just did 5. Oh, utilities line? which
yeah, the
thing-
460,000 for utilities.
Okay, and then your maintenance staff, you just asked for 5%, right? So it'd be a motion for 3 lines.
3 or 5? And utilities, trash,
3 lines.
sorry,
Jail building.
the
maintenance.
jail.
Except we're not
Okay,
doing
sorry.
salaries.
I move that we approve the 3 line items in 1233 for facilities and maintenance, including 0011, 0013, and 0018.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Then our last one is the 4628. The only increase there is in our janitor maintenance line. We're increasing that from $9,000 to $10,000.
Elevator maintenance. line.
Elevator maintenance, yeah, sorry.
Is that the only line item? Yours, or do we,
We have,
they're all,
So we can approve this whole.
okay.
Is any further discussion? Is there a motion?
I move that we approve 4628 for facilities maintenance budget as proposed.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, we have 15 minutes to start health department. Get through it.
Maybe first.
Just turn the miss switch on.
Like a roller bag.
Oh, they're not health. They're not health. No. No, they recommended just a 5%. It was on that, that workbook I circulated.
No, not yet.
Public health.
Public health, 1161.
Commissioner's recommendation was just 5%.
Can you want the microphone?
They do, but Commissioner said their recommendation was 5%. Yeah, it was like 20 point something percent, I think. Or 10. Hold on. Give me a second.
1161. I'm got 1.61.
Here, Aaron.
The hell, I don't, that's what it is.
You want your hard copy?
Here's health department.
It is, sorry.
61.
Yeah, 1161.
One 159. I'm sorry, that one. Sorry. Sorry.
Highway department.
Yeah.
They're trying to sweeten us up.
And hand that back with you.
I didn't. Oh, my.
So you want to start in 1159?
Yes.
1159.
Okay. I do have a few questions. You did more than 5% on all of your salaries between both budgets. Some of them are 10.25, one's 3.32%. And then it looks like the others are like 8.14 to 8.16. Did you meet with HR and have these positions like reevaluated?
So I got the salary structure from HR, yes.
Mhm.
And then I also went to Gateway and compared like the differences from other health departments. And so I did do the increases on the ones like the employees that have been here 5 years and above. I did a percentage, and then the ones that have been here less than 5 years, I did another percentage. But then that amount that you're seeing also includes the 5% that the county proposed. So that amount would be up to and not to exceed.
The health officer, just by way of example, proposed salary is 52.5, which is a 13.32% increase from the current salary. 5% from current would be 48,647 or 648 if we're rounding up.
Cindy, I know we met, but what, I mean, was Gateway, what was the compelling reason here to go to 52.5? I mean, was it?
It's just, I mean, in general, we're one of the lowest paid health departments, and the fastest growing. So I just gave everyone an increase based on that information.
So what counties did you compare to?
Hendricks, Hamilton, Johnson, Bartholomew.
Hendricks, Hamilton.
Did HR give you the counties that we used for the salary study? Did you look at those counties?
I didn't get that information from them.
And of the ones that you compared to, are any of them of similar size?
Yeah, so Bartholomew. Their population's just a couple thousand difference.
The other ones, I presume, are larger.
Larger, right?
ours.
Yeah.
My viewpoint has traditionally been, compared to a county that's larger than ours, it's naturally skewed.
Right.
Because they have
right.
larger population they serve, things of that nature.
Mm.
That's why you see a larger salary, typically higher staff, things of that nature.
Right.
And did you talk to the commissioners at all? Only reason I asked is I know you have a health board and things of that nature. Did you share with them what the commissioners said?
The commissioners, on what they gave back to us, their recommendation is just 5%.
Just some transparency, so you know.
Yeah. And that's why I'm wondering if you need to meet with HR to find out if these need to be regraded or reweighted. I'm not sure if I'm using the correct terminology to support an increase, because I know Hendricks County, you said, is
2.3, 2.4% larger, 2.2x larger than us.
Hamilton's obviously significantly larger. I believe Johnson County is as well.
That's why I took the Bartholomew, because it's basically the same close population to ours.
Bartholomew.
Which, mm-hmm.
Yeah. I realized Johnson County was this. Yeah, Johnson County is 174,000 population. I didn't know they were this. I had no idea Johnson County was that large. And you pulled those specifically from Gateway.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So even using the salary structure we got from HR, a majority of our staff is still under the maximum allowed based on that structure. I know that you guys aren't using that because it's used as a guardrail, but based on that as well is where I kind of play with that numbers.
So I think the other thing too is that I don't even think we were when we were using it, we weren't even at the maximum. They were just trying to get to the midpoint. So if you're under the maximum, I think you're still faring better than other departments, because I think the goal was to get some of them to the midpoint. So if you're even under the maximum, that's another one. We're just looking at
3 of these positions, if approved, would put them over the maximum on the existing salary study.
and I know and outside of that, and when you talk about salary, are you talking about base salary alone? Because I know sometimes you have paid bonuses and things of that nature. Are you talking about total compensation or just base salary alone?
Base.
Base alone. Do you still pay out bonuses or no?
We have, yes, with grants, yes.
With grants?
Mhm.
So I think that would be something you would want to consider as well, is what the total compensation is, not just the base, because that would factor into that, I think.
So last week, when you talked about salaries, will stipends not being affected by salaries? Is that not true?
You'd have to
As in, like, in one of the other budget workshops, someone had mentioned stipends, and I heard that it wasn't going to be based on, like, the salary wasn't going to be affected by stipends or bonuses.
I think the conversation was we were actually trying to add up how much the stipends and the per diem were going to total on top of the salary. I also think there's a difference between like a $2,500 stipend and some of the amounts of some of the bonuses that have been paid out the last few years. There's a
And it,
pretty big difference.
you know what, Mindy, we had sort of a, I think it was a tough liaison meeting because since we've been communicating for the last few months, I just told you what I thought and what I thought was going to be tough here. And I've got to expound on it because I'm in this role, but two things can be true at once. Over the last couple of years, you guys, in a prior leadership, we had a prior person leading the group. And so Mindy, I think, to your credit, Mindy, I think you're trying to right the ship and put more transparency around what I think is a uniqueness with the health department. And that is you have these grants. There were 3 years, $330,000 was left over in a grant over 3 years. And I'm using numbers. You can correct me in a minute if I'm wrong. But for the health department, not environmental, for the first couple of years, you had a choice, I think, to either pay out more in compensation or supplies or I think supplies, equipment, or compensation. Am I right? Or
No, it was a requirement to hire staff, to hire liaisons. That was a requirement of that grant, yeah.
Okay, so, and I know you're gonna get me right here, so if I say something, but when that grant came through, did you have a choice to go? You could not use it, let it sit. You could use it for compensation. Could you have used it for supplies? I think that's what I read. And then there was one other item. Was it equipment? So supplies, equipment, or compensation, or not use it at all and let it sit, or return it, which I don't even know if that's not
No,
probably not even.
it's not, right.
He's
It's not an
shaking his
option.
head. So the department, not you, Lisa, her last name was Yance. She chose to add it to the compensation for several employees. is it 7 employees or
Mhm.
15? 7?
Mhm.
And so some of the bonuses, and I'm saying bonus, I don't care what, I'm gonna just say some of the compensation came back to people in the way of $50,000 one year for one person. 25
2 years.
over 2 years. So is it 25 plus 25 that a single person, for an example, would have gotten? So 25 plus 25. So after 2 years, and again, two things can be true. I learned in our meeting. One, the work was done. You worked hard. These people went above and beyond to do what the grant said. And they also got paid their normal salary. Am I depicting it correctly? And again, in the spirit of transparency, knowing that this wasn't under your leadership, that happened. I'm not sure, for lots of reasons, that we knew that we were that aware of it. And again, I can't point fingers. I don't want to point fingers, but it wasn't you in charge. But some people came away in 2 years with 50 grand more than they would have had before taxes, right? So two things can be true. One, that needs to be considered as part of us looking at compensation. And two, those people earned it according to the grant, right? I mean, or Lisa chose to compensate those people because she believed that the grant qualifications were met and those people could receive it legally, right? So the third year, I think, was yet another year of excess. The decision was also to include environmental in some of those, so maybe it went from 7 people to 15. So again, in the spirit of transparency as your liaison, even though I'm not sure if I was received the right way, but I want to make sure the council knows that those numbers, I think it was 330,000 over 3 years. Again, not under your tutelage, right? And those things are going to happen again because you're this unique body in county government that gets grants, and you don't hand the grants back, and if you can use it for equipment and supplies, you look, as current leader, you'll look and say, what do we need? I want to buy a piece of equipment just so Sherry won't yell at me about, and I'm not yelling, but won't scold me for giving this to employees. You would make the right prudent decision going forward, right? I mean,
Right, and we have bought lots of things for the schools, like
the department from buying equipment.
well, I mean, for the schools, like to support the schools,
Got it.
I mean, and that was what the grant was for, the supporting of the schools. But also, it was a requirement, like we had discussed to hire, liaisons. There were 7 of us. 3 are left.
Okay.
And that was back in 22 and 23 is when that happened or took place.
Okay.
I see your point, but I feel like as, the administrator going forward, we've looked at things differently, but I also don't think to punish the health department, people that are not part of that and was not part of that to be punished, for, increases, we'll say.
And I think part of the reason I'm taking this time is, one, I want to be clear that I don't think you should be punished for doing your job. I think as a fiscal agent for the county or officer of the county, it's imperative that I just illuminate a department that I have that's gotten monies through a different mechanism. And there shouldn't be, I mean, we can take shots at whether the prior leader did the right thing. That's not really an interest to me either. But I think in the spirit of compensation philosophy and compensation decisions, we should make sure we lean in more and better, and that you lean in like you are to say, I'm asking for a 13% raise because, and I think they deserve it because, but also keep in mind that I think as a regular point of practice, again, in the roles that we're in, respecting the roles that you're in, that we should know when these overages come and what the leader of the department plans to do. And that's really sort of just setting the table. And I know we don't have a lot of time at all today, but I think that's part of what I wanted to say. I don't think you should be punished. I just think we should we're in the compensation business here, and that should be part of our dialogue going forward. And would you agree or disagree?
Well, I mean, I see what you're saying, but I mean, I know other departments also get funding, grant funding, stipends, and they pay out their employees, stipends as well. And I don't know, I kind of feel like, is it just us that is being targeted? Like, are they getting, the increases they ask? Are we being held accountable for something that I had no control over and neither do the employees? That's where my disconnect is, I guess.
Explain this. I'm becoming aware of monies that I wasn't as aware of. Maybe I should have been. And I think if a $25,000 piece of compensation went to an employee in another department, it's incumbent upon us just to know it and then make compensation decisions accordingly. That's all. I'm sorry you feel targeted. There's probably not a lot I can say other than I'm sorry that you feel targeted, because that's not what I want. I want this to be a seamless, transparent process. And I think perhaps in the last 3 years, we didn't maybe get that transparency. I have confidence that you're going to be transparent about it, but I'm sorry you feel targeted.
Yeah, I'm not sure how she presented it. I know that, it was approved in the salary ordinance, in March of 22. Again, I don't know if she was transparent with the monies or how much. I'm not sure how that happened.
We appreciate what you're doing, and you can take that from today. And I don't know where it ends up. I wasn't here in 22, but keeping us in mind of time.
Let's, since it's just salaries and we're gonna have a salary discussion at the end of today, we can go on to the next one. I don't think there's anything for us to prove in this one. Correct. Or is there do you have any more questions about salaries in this fund for them before we look at 11?
I don't think it feels targeted. I think the other stipends that were talked about last week, just for clarity, are statutorily required. Just for clarity and context.
And I want to go on record as saying that, and as you just mentioned a moment ago, that it was approved, I think it was in March 8th, 2022, according to the minutes that Councilman Lamb motioned for it, and then Councilman Williams seconded that motion, and it carried with 7-0. And then in my ever to be humble opinion, I am a big believer on that. If you know your people and you think they are worthy enough to do the work, and I'll use Lisa's name out loud, it's pretty obvious that she had complete confidence in her staff to go out there and do the work that she was legally allowed to do. She could have used anybody in that position in the Boone County Health Department, or she could have went outside and paid several other people to do that job. She chose to use somebody, those individuals in the Boone County Health Department, because it was approved by some of us that weren't here back then, but those of us that were here, we approved it. And again, I am a big believer that if you know your people in your own departments, your factory you work in, your facility, your bank, whatever it is, bring those people forward and let them do what they do. And as Sherry very eloquently said, I have complete confidence, Mindy, that your transparency, it's always been there since I've been working with you, and it's going to continue to be there. So thank you for your hard work that you guys do. And if you think it's just my opinion, if you think that those individuals on your team are worthy enough to do what you're allowed to do, then go for it. If you choose to choose somebody on the outside, it's your decision. You're the manager, for lack of a better word, of that department. And I just say thank you for what you do, and
thank you.
And continue to do what you do.
Let's look at 1161. We can skip over salaries.
So that is just our state funding for Help First Indiana. And that's our operating expenses. It was approved in June of this year.
If you're gonna speak, you'll have to get in front of a microphone.
Oh,
Okay,
Me? Oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
okay. Any questions?
What is the printing there, Mindy? Sean's gonna discuss it in his IT thing, but he talked about the hope is for the whole county to go paperless. So I'm guessing that when I come in and I want something as a resident in Boone County, that you guys have to print it.
Yeah, birth and death records. and-
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
paper.
So the state gave us, a little bit less than last, is it 399 amended budget versus 375?
Yeah, it's 375, 340, 374.
Oh,
So that was for 26 and it'll be for 27. I don't know what it'll be moving forward.
Wait, the request is for 385.
you know what, I'm using the ones sorry. I had the ones from my. Yep. The one I had from 2 weeks ago is, I had 375, 343, but now it's 385.
Yeah. 75. Yeah, I'm sure. Mm-mm.
Oh, here's the 10-4.
We put on call into the salaries.
Okay, because it's 10-4 here.
Oh, and that says 400.
And it says 400. on
Yeah, it was 400 on the first one. We changed it for you and made it 10,400. We don't know why it said 400.
Because it's on call and we dropped it to 400.
You only want 400 because it's 200 for on-call. Okay, if you only want 4, then
They changed it. So. Oh,
we made it the same as all the other departments because
Okay.
it's 200
Looking on call.
a week
Oh,
per pay. So it's, yeah,
Okay.
so
I
we,
think-
we
okay.
changed that. So no, we don't.
We had it in there, I think, when you went on maternity leave. Yeah. And then-
on maternity leave, and I don't plan on doing that next year.
Okay, so on-call should just be $400. Okay.
So
Are
we,
there-
we take that down to 0?
400.
400, okay.
Mindy, on the second page, 0069 hardship funds. Does the board make those, the board members make the decision of how those funds are distributed? Or do you individually in the office get to?
We do, but we run it by the board. You know, we have, I mean, like if someone can't afford their prescription or, you know, for housing, we use that for like, you know, mattresses and, or vacuums and things, you know, that sort.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I am gonna make 8849 your carryover for capital funds. We can just make that an even number. It's on the last page towards the bottom. If you can just make it 37,535, please.
Yeah, they do that. That's, what I know, I don't make up that number.
It's
They do
okay.
like a percentage of like
That's
the
okay.
370. Okay,
We
But
prefer
I
not
will.
to work with
Yeah.
cents.
I got it.
Come on.
Let me do a motion.
Are there any other questions? Okay, is there a motion?
Move that we approve 1161 public health with the following adjustments. For line 3818, take that down to $400 and 8849 round up to 37,535 minus salaries.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we will break for lunch, and we need to be back at 12:45.
12:45.
Yeah, we have. rather watch TV with
Well, I
think that's
the
fine.
beginning of the
Try to
quarter.
put it in
so.
not pay.
Comfortable 60-inch mower.
Okay. All right, let's resume. Next up are the three reports. We'll start with Superior One, or you can all three come up if you'd like. Are both mics working? Okay. There, I have one correction on a salary for the bailiff. It, instead of 53,959, it should be 53,963. The other, and the salaries are just 5%.
What is it?
5%. Oh. 0201. 02.
So each, for instance, on my case, court reporters and bailiff, they've got an approved council approved budget for 2026. 5% is in addition to that is what will be the salary of those employees.
117, 484 times 0.05 is that what you mean? Or times
Yeah.
1.05.
I don't know because I don't think we've done it that way before, but
I think they submitted 5% on the current salary.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
Yep.
correct,
Yep.
Matt.
So it's already submitted with the 5%.
Yeah.
all right, okay, thank you.
And then the only other change is an additional 25,000 for pauper fees.
We're talking about my submission.
Yes.
Yeah, we've sort of been in a adjustment period for the last few years on my pauper fees, and I think the block number of 150 that I've put in for several years now is probably getting to a point where, given this year that I've got less than 50% of my budget left after 50% of the year, real close, 48.3%, but nevertheless less. I threw on another 25,000 because, just because for increase in caseloads, increase in, we don't currently have a proposal to increase the salaries for felony cases. But that said, 175,000 is just 25,000 more than 150, and you can approve it or approve less or don't approve it, in which case I'll probably be back in front of you and,
Got it.
a point in time of the year. So
Let me ask you this. I get the request because of additional caseload. Planning on increasing the amount that they're paid?
I am not. I've got
Okay.
no interest right now in doing that for felony cases.
I just
Now,
wanted to ask, because I think in the past
Yep.
That's what I was. Yep. I just wanted to ask, just the, hey, because if that was going to happen, then at 25,000.
The other thing is when we increase the fees, we had also shifted pauper fees from Superior One, I think, to Circuit. And
Yeah.
so I think we, in a way, didn't adjust for like the increased costs.
We just increased the fee amount.
Yeah. Any other questions? Is there a motion?
Superior Court 10201.
yeah.
Move that we approve Superior Court 0201 proposed budget for inclusion in the final Boone County budget estimated minus salary.
Yes.
Second.
There's a motion and a second,
Second.
or seconded.
Oh,
Any
sorry.
further discussion? Are all those in favor say aye?
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Superior.
You can share the text. No, I'm joking.
He didn't call you bad names, did they?
Did the speaker?
Something has happened, sorry.
Did the mic out?
You give him that microphone. Sorry. It's just so the people online can hear you. If you just talk wrong, they'll hear you a lot. Especially for this part. This is the part they want to hear. What are they making now? Okay. And have they traditionally gotten an increase with the other county employees?
No, I think the first time we've done it since I've been on council was in 23, and before that was prior to, I think prior to when I started practicing. The, sorry, the $500 per day per diem, was that for the misdemeanor or for felonies? Oh, okay, because felonies right now, they currently do get a per day. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Me, just trying to get some together. $35,000 a year. I'm sorry. On average, if there is an average, how the average? I'm just,
When I was doing it, it came out to like $12 an hour
Well,
with the amount,
awesome.
with the amount of hours I was putting in. Again, and then that was back 2018.
Oh, wow.
And I get you can add more to the base salary. There, right. Has there ever been, or is there an opportunity to add more? Oh,
You're saying add more.
add more attorneys, yeah. I don't, I kind of go back to the logic of like, hey, you're gonna still have the same amount of, your workload is, it's not the same, it actually sounds like it's increasing. Not that we shouldn't give them. Ooh. And I'm making a comment. I hope this doesn't come out the wrong way. I just want everybody to have good, fair, equal representations. And I'm saying like you're gonna get more increase. It sounds like Kent tells us all the time that it's going up and we need more people. His fiefdom doesn't like when I say that, but he does. But does it make sense to even add someone if you make? Again, Susan told us we got to cut the budget. But I'm just thinking through this logically. Like you were at 6, you went down because they wanted more money, which I'm not faulting them for that. But like thinking through this.
Adding is,
Oh, Jennifer's probably telling me not to add a 6.
add a 6 would be another 35,000, whereas adding 3,500 is 17,500.
Right. I get,
Okay.
I get it overall. I just go back to it. If you're saying you have triple and you had 6, but it's still increasing.
Is this an average that you see in other counties like ours? That is 3,000 divided by 5. I mean, is that common? Or you can't compare?
Do it differently. So Marion County has a public, so we save a lot of money
A
there.
dedicated public
Yeah.
defender's office.
Hamilton County, you're on a contract for some of those contracts. They're in the 60 to 80,000 range, depending on court.
They have 8 or 9, 7 companies alone.
Somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Less.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
I would. I would make. I think on the same page. I'm like I wouldn't do that. I would make this recommendation. If we gave the 3,500, I don't know about to do this because they're contracted. I would encourage the council either year or odd year or even year that if the county is giving employees a 3% raise, to take that under consideration to keep them on track. I think we get into this back and forth where we get behind, help keep them on. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you're leaving us. Thank you for your service. I know. You're like, I'm out of here. I would just say if we gave him the 35, we were leaving. If we gave him the 3,500, I would just say that the council would take that under their advisement to say, move whatever the COLA increase is. I think you should just stack that on top to make sure they shouldn't have to text anyone else.
And incremental increases are much more powerful.
Yeah.
Than huge increases.